everybody, happy Saturday. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope you guys are having a good start to your weekend. I'm ready. I actually was really sleepy most of this weekend so far. Then I played playing 14, got up early to do PvP, and then took a nap, so. And we did a little bit of cleaning around the house. So my Saturday's pretty chill so far. Hope you guys are all having a pretty chill weekend as well. Welcome on back to the stream. It is time for more Ace Attorney Saturday. It's been slow going through this case, I'm not gonna lie. It's been a busy few weeks, but we've still been at least squeezing some time in here and there. Just, you know, a little bit at a time. But I got nothing going on today. I think my FC wants to do maps, but it's fine. We can go pretty late on this. I'm not that worried about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. So yeah, I'm down to do a nice long sesh here and finish off this episode. Maybe start the next one if we don't have that much left in this one. It's hard to tell. I don't know. We'll see what's going on. We'll see what is happening. But I think we're in the past again. We're jumping back and forth between past and present, father and son, to try to solve this mystery of a murder. It's always murder. It's never anything but murder. Even the times when we think, oh, it's cool, we're not working a murder case for once. It's a debate. Somebody gets murdered later. Always murder. Very violent people. Anyway, so here we are in a case for Edgeworth that is for Miles Edgeworth that is mimicking a case once worked by Gregory Edgeworth. The Turnabout Legacy. The identity of the body. Are we in the past or the present? It says latter. Does that mean we're in the present? I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Let's see how we do. Excuse me. Still a little tired. It'll be okay. We'll be fine. All right. Back in the present. As I stretch. All right, make sure you all stretch all the time. All right, April 2nd to 10 p.m. Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of the IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. Finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So, what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent? Oh, we could prove it all right. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we'd feared. We know for a fact that Von Karma went for his perfect spotless record, so of course we knew that Gregory was going to lose that case. Or did it come out in a draw? I don't remember. Anyway, so Von Karma got pissed and killed him. Sorry, spoiler for previous games. The first game, really. But anyway, we know he forged his evidence. We already know his whole deal and shtick, so it's not surprising to us, but of course very surprising for Kay, because this is her first time hearing about any of that, and I need to fix the hair that was getting inside my ear from the headphones being on it. Alright. So he fought even dirtier than they'd feared. Right. I can imagine. Secure conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the date the verdict came down. December 28th that following year. It's April now, so... Ooh, mama. We're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, even said he wanted to be found guilty. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. Damn. They used some dirty tactics to make that man suffer. And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. Even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to be an accessory to murder in court. An accessory? So he's not the murderer, but he's just... So it's a lesser charge, at least. Being charged only as an accessory... Sorry, like, it's like getting caught in the headphones. Being charged as only an accessory to murder instead of the actual murderer, I guess, is a little bit better, but, like, still not great. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. Tell me more about this ace. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with. Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed a confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did. But he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big case too. But oh, Bad. They don't make him like that anymore. Was that our first case? Did we do Edgeworth's first case in the last game, and that's when we met Bad? No, couldn't have been. That would have been too early. This is when Edgeworth was still a kid. Right. Never mind. I guess we'll hear about that eventually. What his other case was that he was working on. Maybe. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. Cop named Ian Seidman got fired. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad. He took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor. For the one and only time in his 40-year career. Ooh, that's what he was pissed about. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but of the whole sad affair. Don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy. Never got the chance. What do you mean? Oh, wait, because Gregory died. That's right. I was like, did something happen to Samson? What are we doing this for? No. I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. I hope you can forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. Went on to become a prosecutor as planned. And that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Nope, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. He changed the charge of the... he changed something later after the actual court ruling. Ooh, that's got consequences. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Thus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. Part about the verdict has been changed. What? Yeah, feast your peepers on this. Suspect data. Samson Tangaroa, age 39, organizer of confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict: convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as an accomplice? Convicted as an accomplice. That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. Why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is he didn't want Gregory's son, thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. Everything I believed about the case was a lie. Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. The statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know? I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. The great Von Karma wasn't gonna bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible! Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Now without the real perp, I'm afraid. Till then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but... Hold on, before we go further. Are we gonna be able to get him out when we figure out that the body that we just found in the fountain was actually Artie Frost? Because that looks suspiciously like him. I'm just saying. Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. And he'd do anything to protect Judy! Oh, that's fucked up. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances. So he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Now, riddle me this, Mousy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in prison the day Bronco Knight died? Ah, that's right! We're there to see Mr. Tangaroa. Bingo! Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise, but Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. So she not the suspect then? She's awfully chipper though. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. Oh, heartbreaking! We've got to do something, Mr. Fender! Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. And we're gonna see what we can find out. Right, Malzarino? A prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things the same way as you or my father. Miles? That doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind both of these cases. I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son, through and through. Alrighty then. Now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations. IS-7 case file updated. Alright, cool. Thank you, Fender. Here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence from the IS-7 incident to receive from Fender. Yeah, yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. How about now? How about right now? Alright. Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. All right. 18 years ago. Murder weapon was a rock salt lamp. Prosecutor Manfred von Karma. Defense Gregory Edgeworth. Convicted as an accomplice. Artie Frost, age 38, also known as Paul Halik, under which name he was renowned as a sculptor in France. Contestant in the confectionery contest. Body was discovered in Tangaroa's room. Cause of death was blood loss following a blow to the head. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. Gallery pamphlet. That's the winter. Bow torch, luminous cloth. Pisces statue sketch. The ultimate cookbook. Frame finger marks, salt lamp. A photo of Frost, Gusteau, and their sons. Gusteau's son visited his father daily through the semifinal. Dads don't look too happy. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it. Indeed. Key players of that incident 18 years ago, who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which had been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. Two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquium and asphyxium, that form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmela Gusteau, who was no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who was still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. Finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. I bet he's not actually deceased. The fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating. Objection. Eustace, hello! Oh, no you don't! Aren't you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this is my investigation! Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. Am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Your offer is duly noted, and duly declined. Oof. She isn't pulling any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It's only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed the process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law. Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. Looks an awful lot like him. Take that! I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? You're saying that it was poor Chillywinks? Wait. Who the heck is Chillywinks? Or Artie, or whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace, although he was better known as Paul Halik. The sculptures on display here are all his works. No way! Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner! Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident. Judge Cavell knows about the IS-7 incident. Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. Yeah, but we know that was forged. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? That while the records say stuff like, body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Yeah, this is winner. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body. We just got an ID. Some sculptor called Frost or something? So I guess, Edgeworth called it? Oh shit, Sherlock. Goddess of Justice. So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Cavell, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you admit that I might be of use to this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway. No fair! You're trying to steal the win! Buddy, you can't win by yourself. At all. Even with people spoon-feeding you the information. You're very bad at this! Doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. If we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern. Objection! Whoa there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender. Yep. See, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of those pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? Who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive? Judge Cavell seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth. He's the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he may have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well. You may both assist in the investigation. But only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The Winter Wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty, great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in to show we're all on the side of justice? Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn-up for the books, huh, Mousy? We get to do our thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help, as always. Heh, no sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own things, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will. Well, Kay, shall we? Heck yeah! Let the investigation commence! still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium. You're right, we need some more intel. Indeed. Let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright red in color, and has a distinctive minty fragrance. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. Let's talk to Kay. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? You notice anything? There's some kind of connection between our case and the IS-7 incident, isn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? It's still too early to say for sure, but I find it hard to believe there's no connection at all. And IS-7 was your dad's case, right? So this can't be a coincidence, it's gotta be fate. The truth is ours for the taking, so let's go grab it and solve both cases at once. I appreciate the sentiment. I think our first order of business should be to find out where the ubiquium came from. Gotcha, the red liquid with that. Gotcha, the red liquid with a minty smell. Let's ask around and see if anybody has any clues to offer. Sir, the body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway. How's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear and kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago. It seems the police have already removed the body. Why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? And why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? You know, remind you that zombies aren't real. It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Giant freezer. Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report? Or he wasn't actually dead before. One of the two. Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxium have been detected in the fountain. I'm gonna say they're probably carried here by the stream from the Autumn Wing. In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. Sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? The sugar ice. That's what the sculptures were supposed to be, right? It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. Man's got a real pain look in his eyes, though. Is this another Paul Halik piece? Yes, from his younger years when he was something of a dreamer. He pictured those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. This piece is titled, My Parents. Oh. Guess the mom shone brightest in that house. Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart. Pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so. The cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we'd better get a closer look. Tablecloth draped over the cart is pure white and completely spotless. And it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge to clear my mind and whoosh! Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Oh, come on! What's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just end up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remained white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. Sorry, got a notification. My phone's not next to me, I just realized I have to go get that later. Really? But there's so many other colors that would totally work! Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. Poor Judy. So this dishware was made by Artie Frost. It looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Whoa, this stuff's really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. This Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Fender said, to still have this. Signed by Paul Halik, one of Judy Bound's prized possessions. Hey, Edgy! What is it? You be careful of that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honored guests! I can pour you a cup if you like. It's Bound. Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You do knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. This smells great. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes. Is it all right? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? No, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. The aroma's different from this morning. What's changed? Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blend both times. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? Is it the water? It's gotta be the water, right? My guess is the water running through the house and through the fountain is like the tap water, and she uses the tap water to brew the tea. It's gotten under your skin, Larry. Nothing! You're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Larice du Nim, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. That was childish even for him. Wow, what happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. Caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. I think that's all we're gonna get out of this. Okay. Statues of a man and woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul Halik make these as well? Yes, it seems he created them later in his life, once he had begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the 2 of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Wow, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. There are tulips by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, it leads to the spring wing. Ah, spring, a popular time to move house, which makes it open season for great thieves. Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess you're right. Hey there, Mazzarino. What's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what's happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too, then. Let's talk about the 2 incidents. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got the lot. Melting statues in the winter wing and even the murder victim's body. But how did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing? Ross had no family apart from his son. And, well, kid kinda vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Maybe the body's the son. Cousteau's son, too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared. What? And they were never found? Cousteau's boy wasn't. Not as far as I heard, anyhow. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end, though. collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. There's no need for the police to release the body, and no need for anybody to find out that they didn't have it. Found their fake autopsy report and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. Still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. Why is there a lift cart just sitting here out in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. The body. Top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. Last saw it in Frost's room. Must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat. Top of the platform's wet. Ooh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case.
I put sunflowers by the door. Nice!
Fitting adornment for the entrance to the summer wing, I suppose.
Summer. It's also vacation time. Every great thief knows that means tourists with bulging wallets.
Pickpocketing, Kay? Isn't that a little beneath a great thief?
Yeah, maybe you're right.
The color and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilt tea.
And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it.
Someone dropped one of their cups. Found in a puddle of tea, the design looks familiar.
I guess somebody must have broke something.
I know that insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. Larry broke it. Mr. Winter was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. I'm sorry, sir. It wouldn't make much of a difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. But we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edwards, sir.
Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you.
So what kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? It's how you treat Gumshoe, let's be real. Seems the elevator's the only accessible to select individuals.
Wonder what's upstairs.
Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusteau is being treated.
Hope he's alright. We've got some questions that need answering as soon as he wakes up.
Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore other avenues in the meantime. It's a selection of trophies won by Paul Halik, or rather, Artie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist.
Oh, you've got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. So it's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up. Something with a nice ceremony at the end, all that.
Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. Mind, Mr. Winter, you're on my way.
I do mind, actually. I'm not going anywhere. You'll just have to go around me. Well, we just thought you might want to move to a better spot, that's all.
What better spot? I demand you show it to me at once. Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? He's pathetic.
Door here's marked with a nice autumny-looking tree.
Yet it leads to the winter wing. Suppose it's all part of the deception.
I could steal the leaves if you like. Make things a little more wintry.
I think you'd better leave them alone, Kay.
Don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee.
Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gavel.
And we'll do the same. You're the self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course. Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving committee.
Community. Sorry. Looks like Judge Gavelle will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay.
This thing in front of the door is a fir tree, right?
Yes, they're usually associated with winter, but this door leads to the autumn wing. Suppose it's all part of somebody's elaborate ruse.
I could paint it red for that autumny feel.
Evergreens stay green all year round, Kay, hence the name.
Sure, I knew that. It's a sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Paul Halik make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth?
He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragic yet gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the math test. Math is hard.
Talk about relatable. Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away, are ya? Found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic, of course, and treasure is for when you're there and it is. Love is for people you're not keen on.
Love is for people you're not that keen on. Wow. That's like bless your heart.
And petal is what you use when you're trying to get someone's attention. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edgeworth, petal! I hope you're getting all this down.
Don't even try it, Kay.
Oh, dearie me.
Going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is.
Oh, quit it with the glare off, you two. It's weird. Oh, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring.
Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding. He broke the teacup.
Quit it! I already told you. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Talking to me right now.
I mean, from now on. I'm not talking to you ever again. Starting now.
This is getting me nowhere. Suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him.
What are you hiding?
Come on, Larry, what are you hiding?
Not saying. Look, you two, this is no time for kids' games.
I certainly wasn't playing.
It's pretty clear Maurice isn't going to talk to you.
Oh, he'll talk. Don't you worry about that. Need to know what Larry's hiding, and then I think I might have an idea of what it is. Perhaps presenting him with the right piece of evidence will force him to come clean.
Did you break it? Wait, haven't we seen these letters before?
This is the mark of the sculptor Paul Halik, I believe.
How did a chunk of ceramic end up in the puddle of tea anyway? He broke it!
It's just a hunch, but one suspect quickly comes to mind.
Why did this thing get smashed up good, huh?
Indeed, to the point where it's hard to make out what it might have once been.
It'd be nice if it had some kind of distinguishing feature or something. Looks like this pedal lets you adjust the height of the platform, Mr. Edgeworth.
Indeed, let's give it a try. You would, Kay.
On it.
Ooh.
Ta-da!
A single person could transport quite a heavy load using one of these.
I'll say, I bet I could even cart Gummy off with it.
For what purpose exactly, may I ask? Top of the platform is wet.
Maybe someone used it to move something liquidy around?
Yes, but the question is who and what? There's one swanky teapot. It's one way of putting it. I lean more towards eccentric myself.
Whatever it is, it won't do for a great thief to remain so ignorant about such chic things.
Actually, your ignorance is my bliss.
These letters say PH, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, they showed that the teapot was made by Paul Halik. There's initials, obviously.
Right, but I thought his real name was Artie Frost.
It was, thereby making this a piece by the victim of the IS-7 incident as well. His work seems to be everywhere here in the Zodiac Hall. Alright, we're presenting something. Anyway, here you go. Do you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Well, why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bound's tea set that's got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain it to Judge Gavel? Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity! She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy! I don't want her to see the real me, the real low-down, dirty me! Not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk! What are you hiding, Larry? Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him? Hiding things? I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. When I got distracted, my hand slipped, and smash! I broke the teapot. A priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me! No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from.
Ouch, you really messed up this time, Larice.
See, Edgy, everyone's gonna think less of me now! Judy's never gonna forgive me for this! Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound.
My teapot? I see.
I'm so sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits.
Please, Mr. Tonim, it's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of.
No, I want to keep that. Hold on. Teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset.
Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world.
Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? No, it was, Samson who was attached to it, it seems. I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about is the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw that the other pot, I saw the other pot under there. So I swapped it. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots.
Oh, I see.
Yep, that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. The moisture is potentially from the teapot, if they switch the cart somehow. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry.
It's It's really quite all right. Thank you for being so honest.
See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best? Trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm gonna give her one of my paintings. She's one of my models after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while? But I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I do a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Wanna see? You have more evidence for me, Larry, by accident because you keep walking in at just the perfect time.
Interested in Larissa's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time, too. Yeah, he has a track record. He has a history. Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet.
Really? Now I want to see them too.
You're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? I suppose we might as well take a look. Show me your sketches. So, these sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy? If you wanted to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. What am I looking at here? What is she doing in the fountain? She's got a cart full of candies. Judge Gavel's just being Judge Gavel. I told you already, ravishing beauties. Just a few of their fair faces have caught my eye since I've been here, you know? It's Verity and Judy and somebody else.
Why did you draw them all on the same page?
I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. And I saw one beauty, another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. These were drawn at different times. Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though.
Wow, you did? I'm flattered.
How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course! You think I draw things I can't see? Like, using my imagination? Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. So the colors are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. Serving cart in the sketch, for example. If I compare it to the one here in the room, it's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Can I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please.
Sketch is depicting exactly what Larry saw.
She's washing one of the luminous cloths, and that is a different cart altogether. It does not have the tea set, it has candies. What could she possibly be using that for? And why would she be washing one of the luminous cloths? Can we talk more about your sketch? Ooh, that page is real beauty, right? I've really done my subjects justice here.
Which one's your favorite?
Hell, I really couldn't decide. They're all perfect in their own way. That's sweet. Sure, you think all of your portraits are perfect, don't you? Of course not. Not everybody's a suitable subject, you know. Take you, for example. You're the dictionary definition of super hot mess. Don't resemble that description, do I? Poor Edgy. Alright, let's talk to Judy. Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bound?
I had to go and tell our visitors were closed. Oh Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about?
Yes, a few things, actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. Let's talk about the gas incident. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them?
Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for the current exhibit.
Then why go through all the trouble of creating replicas?
Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Oh, rather, re-completed. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place, after all.
I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar?
Oh my! You really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident?
She's clearly lying, but I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet.
Let's talk about the sketch of you. Oh my! Is that me?
Yes, it was painted by the so-called artist over there.
It's wonderfully drawn. Would you mind if I kept it?
No. I'm sorry, Miss Bound. I'm afraid it's an important piece of evidence.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
She wanted to get her hands on it so we couldn't point it out and use it as evidence. I suppose Larry's charm is something of a talent if he can impress a gallery owner with sketches like these. This lift card, I heard it was in use 18 years ago, too.
That's right. It was in another room earlier until I brought it out here. It's very useful for moving large, heavy objects around.
But why is it wet? Was it used to carry something wet?
The hunt is on. The truth will come out. But I don't know what that's about. Ping! I guess we're going to find out.
I inadvertently stumbled onto the set of Cake Crimes, the musical or something. Nope. Please stop. Cake Crimes! Kinds of pharmaceutical recipes are in the Ultimate Cookbook.
Oh, there are so many. It would take a while to go through them all. But if you really want to know, well then let's start the show. Come join me as we sing this song. It's a nifty, thrifty 2 hours long.
Holy shit.
Now one by one we'll sing the things that the world's best little cookbook brings.
What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Want to listen to the rest? No, that won't be necessary. Nope. Cake Crimes. Alright. Nothing to say. But she's got nothing to say, she just hits us with the Cake Crimes. Pamphlet? You are a very successful actress, Miss Bound. Why did you decide to become a gallery owner?
You know, the two things don't feel all that different to me. Movies, musicals, confectionery, sculptures, art, they're all the same, really. They all have the same aim in mind. To evoke an emotional response. That's what all artists strive for.
So, is that what Larisse is striving for too? Let's get one thing straight. Try as Larry might. Fancy name does not an artist make. Alright, hold on. I chipped a nail. Here we go. Was getting caught on stuff.
Wait, I gotta show you my badge. I must admit, I was a little surprised to learn that Gregory Edwards' son had become a prosecutor. But then I'm sure a lot has happened since.
Yes, that much is certainly true. Though I'll spare you the details.
And yet the two of you are so alike. You may have chosen different paths, but I can tell you're every bit as righteous and noble as he was.
It's very kind of you to say. When it came to his work, my father always had the strength of his convictions. But right now, I'm like a ship lost at sea. Not even sure which way to go, let alone who I should be. Why are we rhyming? Why are we doing this? Alright. We'll get there. Wanna look at this? Oh, I think I get it. So this is it, huh? The key to unraveling this whole mystery? Yes, perhaps. Great, you, keep hold of it then, yeah? Good, now back in your pocket it goes. Guess he doesn't think much of it. Nope. Alright. Tea smells different because the teapots are switched. I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? Can't see what else it could have been. Tea itself hasn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot?
I suppose so.
My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea.
Oh, I just remembered I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday.
It's got the ubiquium in it, which is used in dish soap.
That must be where the minty aroma's coming from.
Could that really be it? The tea has a refreshing aroma because it's in a different teapot from this morning. Ubiquium is a red liquid with a minty fragrance. The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint.
Right, Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday.
Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking one.
You're right. You'd expect it to be the other way around.
I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot under the cart.
But why?
One of the ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot?
What? In the teapot?
Simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding that ubiquium?
Huh? Oh! My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from.
I may have an idea.
Ha! I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance the useless... What? You do know where it came from?
Yes.
Where?
Miss Bound's teapot.
Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner.
It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence.
How it's just evidence? Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out.
Hey, you!
Mr. Edgeworth! Is there some sort of problem with my teapot?
Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas.
But Mr. Edgeworth! Surely you don't think I had anything to do with that?
I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had time or the opportunity to set that up except for you. That's pretty good.
That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get the Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Delisha, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it all up.
Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that.
And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquium in my teapot, I wouldn't have any idea what to do with it.
I didn't tell you it was ubiquium. I just said it had something to do with the gas. I'm pretty sure I didn't say that. We just said that the method... We just said it was one of the chemicals, and we didn't say what it was. She's the one who said ubiquium. Guilty.
I suppose we should see what the test results say first.
Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Endorf speaking. Sir, it's me! Is everything all right, Detective? Everybody's left the Winter Wing. It's just me in here now. Means I can tell you what we found. Sweet. Thanks, Gummy. Really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. Exhibits here are all completely melted. All that's left in the display case is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taros case than the Gemini case, though. Describe this stuff for me, if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taros case just had a bunch of sugar in it. Huh. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it. Which were sugar, salt, and blood. Why is there blood in there? Why is there blood in that case? Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. Oh, I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Results of the analysis conducted on the melted contents of the Gemini case. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the Winter Wing, too. There are a few of those being used in the Autumn Wing to disguise it as the Winter Wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this. Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Yes, thank you, Detective.
That Gummy seemed like he had a lot to say.
Did, and all of it very useful. I'm going to prove that Miss Bound's claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap are false. I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Detected. Salt, blood, sugar. Sugar composition matches that of sugar found in the pale blue liquid in Artie Frost's room 18 years ago. Sugar detected in the fountain water also seems to be a match. Hi there, Miss Scone. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may.
Of course, dearie, fire away. Anything for you, Mousy Smousy, and your sweet little tooth decay.
Wow, that's a name. I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Mousy Smousy. Not a fan of tooth decay either.
You just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it.
Well, I guess we tried. Let's talk about the gallery decorations. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics.
Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. Do was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest.
Yeah, that's super generous of you.
Us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course.
That it better not be a dig at me, English. I told you how kind I thought that was.
Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh?
A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. So those decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep, salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit. There are 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere.
I'm not lying! Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it.
What is she looking for?
That's not it. And that's not it.
The cloth looks familiar. Maybe I should jog her memory with something so Miss Scone will tell us more. How about making poison gas? Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas?
Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled Infesticide Ultra would know for a start. I don't know how it says right there. It's right there on the label. Do not mix with products containing ubiquitium ever.
What about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they'd had a nose through the ultimate cookbook anyway.
Oh, it's in there, is it? The prize from the contest 18 years ago.
The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with the not mixing with ubiquitium bit, is in there, you know.
The ultimate cookbook contains instructions for creating poison gas. Why do we need that? Why do we need that in there? So you're familiar with the contents of the book?
Oh, yes, dear. I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroa group, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently.
After Sammy Pooper was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course.
Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. Alright, want to talk about this? What were you scrubbing there?
Oh, look at that! A picture of silly old me!
That's right, you seem to have caught the artist's eye.
I mean, lovely Lordy Lambkin. I'll have to have a word with him and say thanks.
Heh, I'd be glad to introduce you. And there's the evil smirk. You know anything about the lift cart?
Oh, you really do carry some cute rubbish around with you, don't you, Master Smells? What I could do is cut it in whipped cream for you, then sprinkle a few...
There'll be no need for that, thank you, Miss Scone. Can we talk about the cloth? You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit somewhat grimier one.
Grimy? How rude! You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man!
Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you used it to wipe up some sort of spillage.
A spillage, she says! The cheek! Not a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth! Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that.
I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Tell me more. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag?
Oh, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? You must know I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing.
So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth.
At first I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy.
One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct?
Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized. It must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my Infesticide Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my claws turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was going to look guilty of sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best.
See.
Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion.
So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happened to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. Gifted and bound by Scone lost 18 years ago, only to be rediscovered floating in the fountain. Man's definitely the killer, right? But why does she visit him every day? Alright. Let's talk about the cookbook then, can we? Have you read the Ultimate Cookbook, Miss Scone?
Of course I have! I'm a pharmacist, you know, even if I do wear a big pink hat.
I think it's so cool you're a pharmacist.
Well, so do I, dearie, so do I. Aren't you a sweetheart, my little tooth decay?
Since when were you interested in pharmaceuticals?
Shh, I'm working on my magic, Mr. Edworth, putting up so she'll do what I want. Anyway, Miss Scone, Delicia, I was wondering if you could maybe... No! How many times, you cheeky little imp, once your name's decided I can't change it? Dang, so much for the sneaky approach. What kind of great thief am I?
Not a very good one. Nope. Salt lamp?
Who knew you could make a lamp out of rock salt? Of course you can, dear. You wouldn't want to get it wet, but it's fireproof and ever so sturdy. Sturdy enough to make for a surprisingly good murder weapon, in fact.
Yeah. You know that the bulb in this lamp probably broke because it was used in the murder. But then what happened to the other one? Rubbish! She wouldn't know anything about this. Yeah. I gotta show everybody my badge.
Hold on, that badge of yours. It's not the same as Greggy Peglegs.
That's right. My father was a defense attorney. I took a different path.
Oh, I see. It's like that, is it? Well, I suppose it's to be expected at your age, dearie. But once you've grown up a bit, I'm sure you'll start to appreciate your old man a little more. Everyone goes through a little rebellious phase. Lord knows I had mine.
My career path is not the result of some adolescent phase, Miss Scone. That's not rubbish. I dare. Sketch? Nope. Want to tell me about the poison gas ingredients?
It's true, dearie. I do know how to make poison gas. But the fact that somebody knows how to hold a gun doesn't mean they've shot anybody, now does it?
Not accusing you, Miss Scone.
She's right, you know. Just because I'm a great thief, that doesn't mean I can't do good. Exactly, dear. Just because I'm a confectioner, that doesn't mean I can cook.
I guess technically true, but you should at least know how to cook confections. Surely that only applies to fake confectioners. Alright, I think we got what we could from her. Want to talk about Judy? Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, master. I do not. Chill. I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Judes? Well, she's a real brave trooper, for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Simpson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. What? They threw her out? Yep. Jude's wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he'd taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She'd finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it. Bound recovered the house and ultimate cookbook for Tangaroa's sake, okay? Guess this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back. All of it. Fender seemed very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. From a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taking everything of Mr. Tangaroa's for herself. Alright. Bound recovered the house and the ultimate cookbook for Tangaroa's sake. The ultimate cookbook contains instructions for creating poison gas, so she does know how to make it. The ultimate cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas, and the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No way, you mean... I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. Let's talk about the ultimate cookbook, shall we? What kinds of pharmaceutical recipes are in the ultimate cookbook?
Oh, there were so many. It would take a while to go through them all.
Oh, yeah, it's a song. Yeah, she told me this before. Nope, okay. Who do I need to talk to about this? But it says I'm done with you. No, it doesn't know what to do with this, alright. What about the cookbook? The ultimate cookbook. I'll bet there's some humdinger recipes in there, huh? And you might be interested in... perhaps? Who, me? Not that I can think of. What about you, K-Starino? I guess I'd like to be a genius. And invisible. Ooh, and be able to fly! Talking about medicines here, Kay, not miracles. Alright. You don't know. You don't know nothing. Who do I gotta talk to? Hey, who should I talk to? You notice anything? They find ubiquium in that teapot? Is that it for Miss Bound? She seems way too nice to hurt anybody. Listen, judge a book by its cover, Kay. Though I too have my doubts. I should talk to Fender and Miss Scone and see what they have to say on the matter. We learned a lot about our case and about IS-7 too. Perhaps, and yet the truth remains shrouded in an impenetrable mist. You still don't have enough evidence to pierce the fog? In that case, we'll just have to look for some more. It won't be necessary, Kay. I have all the information I need. Now it's just a matter of logically piecing it together in order to illuminate the truth. Sounds good to me. Have at it, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, so we need to talk about the teapot, it sounds like. Oh, you really do? Oh, no, alright, not with you. Okay. Ugh. Maybe talk to Fender? Fender and Scone are the ones they're saying to talk to. You don't know shit! Winterwing photo? IS-7's not just another case for me, Miles. You know that, right? Of course, it's important to me too. put some serious thought into this little mystery over the years. Not just what do the letters IS stand for? Decent snacks? Instant sweets? No wait, ironic strudels. See, there are so many options I can't pick just one. Sometimes I seriously don't know whether Fender's being serious or not. This is one of those times. Nothing to say about that, huh? Damn. What do I need to do here? Everything's checked off. Do I need to look at any of the evidence more closely? I don't think so. Rubbish. Yep. We're just gonna try everything. Rubbish. Already talked about the cloth. He does know how to make gas. Yep. Doesn't have anything to say about this. I don't know, I think I got everything I could out of her. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'll call my next picture book, Verity's Grand Gaveling Gala. A worthy sequel to Francie's Whippity Whip Trip, another guaranteed best-selling blockbuster. Larry, could you please focus on the piece of evidence I'm showing you? Huh? Are you saying something? Ignored by Larry of all people. Know anything about the lift cart? Nope, alright. That's his I don't got shit to say about shit. Oh, that's one terrifying picture. You should know you drew it. You didn't draw the scene accurately, didn't you? You bet I did. A sight like that burns itself in your eyeballs. I'll never forget it as long as I live. It takes a rare talent to get something like that down on paper exactly as it looked in real life. You know, in fairness, he is actually a pretty good artist. He's just got his... He's just dumb. Let's just put it that way. Certainly have a rare talent for something. You don't know shit about shit. Alright, I think we're done with him. Wait, what'd he say? Almost as if... No, not you. Wrong one. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating there. Probably showing her stuff is really long. This car was used 18 years ago. Why is it wet? Nothing to say about your teapot, huh? She is so suspicious. Maybe we should ask her about the cloth.
Alicia gave me a few of these claws. They light up when you attach them to a special device.
How many did she give you exactly?
4, I believe.
There were 4 luminous claws in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere else. I get the feeling Miss Bound is hiding something. Ooh, there we go. Can you tell me about this layout? I'm a very successful actress. I've become a— yeah, okay. We've talked to her about this already. I don't know! I don't know what to do. I feel like I've shown everybody everything. Can't present profiles, huh? We're not that advanced. Do we need to do something? Oh, maybe that's what we need to do. I haven't saved in a bit. I know where we want to go, I just don't know how we're gonna get there. Well, we're pretty sure that it has... There's a clear contradiction here? No, there's not. You need to think of another T, yeah. Using the serving cart with a white tablecloth. But something about it is nagging at me. I should take another look at the evidence. That it's different? Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Huh? Fascinated by the work of the great Laurice Donim, huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you, everything is exactly as I saw it. But the tablecloth on the cart here in this room is white. Oops. Well. Your head's so full of crazy theories and simple stuff just passes you right by, huh? What's that look for? Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with a cart with a tea set on it, okay? Kind of business. Oh, sorry. What kind of business? That's right, it was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the teapot, so I quickly dove out of sight. Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing? With a mountain full of candies. Yeah, she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. What did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. It's the same cart. A lift cart. Yes, I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but just goes to show you, you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set too? Better check with Miss Bound. Two carts. Are there two serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound?
Yes, why do you ask?
A certain so-called artist showed us the sketch. Couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue.
Light blue? I'm afraid you must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched.
Was this tablecloth perhaps soaked in a light blue substance? A pale blue liquid? That has sugar, salt, sugar, and blood in it?
Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Exactly! If I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away.
The color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part. Do you have any idea of what he might have been doing when the sketch was drawn?
Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties.
I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. Tell me about your work. What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your cart doesn't have a tea set on it.
I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Aw, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there were a few leftover so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Thanks, Miss Bound.
Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pocket. Handmade by Bound, slightly melted after being kept in her pocket.
They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it.
They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Or perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. They're exceptionally sweet. Alright, investigation complete. Hey! That's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test on the teapot. Ooh, to be continued. Ooh. Yes, we save. And we continue. Let me pour some tea first. Okie dokie. Let's go. April 2nd, 2:33 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. The test results have just come in, sir. Traces of ubiquium were found in the teapot. They were?
Just like Mr. Edwards said.
Curse you! You better not think this means you beat me! You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. What? But first is best! Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser! There's really no way for our prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway. But I...
Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention.
You're like... fucking terrible. She's a shit judge. She doesn't care about the truth or actual justice, just doing whatever the fuck she wants. Pacavelle! Alright.
Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim.
Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back.
Excellent. We shall see you shortly then.
Mr. Winter's annoying but totally harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand.
Now, Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquium were found in your teapot?
I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use.
So you are telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquium in the teapot?
Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea that could even be used to make poison gas.
Objection!
You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you'd be a more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just so happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth.
Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth just said true?
The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I've seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask how the gas was triggered?
The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid on one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquium.
I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself. Wouldn't it point to being a suicide attempt? So she's not willing to admit anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it. No, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. And that very evening I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Talisha, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. That's true, and I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it. Judes, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean, We all know you'd never hurt somebody for no reason, so... Not you too! You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender? Can you blame me? We got one wing disguised as another. Gas trap in one of the display cases. And you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. I've got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. I don't think she's joking. And actually, it seems that Mr. Gusteau did in fact enter the gallery before it opened. Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. What technique might that be? So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead. Turnabout and thinking. My father used this method as well. Alright, let's run through the old Thinkatron. How is Jude's involved in what happened back then? She found the body. According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost-flavored ice sculptures melted. And yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Don't thank me, thank you, Pops. Now take it away, Mousy. I'll grab the popcorn. Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was so young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. And yet what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no?
What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you're going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best.
Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall, and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's works.
Very well. If you believe it will be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. And please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. It took 18 years, but at long last I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me.
What a terrible judge that you just take everything at face value without giving us a chance to rebut. Judge Gavel, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination.
Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must.
Alright, took her 18 years.
Hold it!
18 years? You must have gone through a lot to buy it back, Miss Bound.
This home, this place, such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I had found. Samson, I did what I had to do to see that that home was waiting here for you.
How does she make it look so easy?
I'll say, but I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer.
You could continue with your testimony, Miss Bound, minus the singing, if you please. It's expensive. Manage the gallery by yourself, Miss Bound.
Yes, well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing, yet, but I have to keep the mansion going. I can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home any day, after all.
But she really got the house back for him.
So sorry, Judy. Wish I could have done more. Oh, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson.
She collected Paul Halik pieces. Paul Halik, that was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct?
Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France.
I see. Curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It's my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them.
Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on the photos and the sculptures he made.
Really? Perhaps you could go into some more detail on that?
Because, if I'm honest, it's always been something...
Oh, okay. Yeah, she wanted to have a space dedicated to his work. Yeah. Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound.
Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. A gallery of our dance, a gallery of song, a gallery of gaiety and candy all day long. That was the idea, anyway.
You might thought art was to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers.
Alas, Mr. Tangaroa transgressed against the edicts of the goddess of justice. And as such, that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled.
But we know that that case was fraudulent, right? We've already talked with you about that.
No! He's innocent! An awful prosecutor refused to listen, but it's true. He'd never hurt anybody.
Mr. Tangaroa gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? She created the replicas based on the sculptures, yeah, the photos.
Hold it!
These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago?
Yes, you certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edgeworth.
So the statues in the Winter Wing were just copies?
I didn't even get to see them before they melted.
No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas. Which means that Miss Bound is lying.
I know, it's such an awful shame. And after we went to the trouble to recreate them too.
Sculptures in the Winter Wing weren't replicas, they're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that or I'll never get the truth. Ooh. The sugar composition matches the sugar found 18 years ago. Oh, because it has the blood in it. Ooh. All right, we're gonna present the analysis results. Try that. Objection! Afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statues of Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago.
Oh, I can probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but the composition's actually very unique. Could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secrets of their chemical makeup? No chance.
Thank you, Miss Skull. I don't recall asking for her help, but still. It was actually very helpful. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they'd melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years. What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time? It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox.
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much? Should I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing?
How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it. But I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away.
You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth.
I see. Then I'd better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago.
What she did that day?
The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That is when I saw Mr. Cousteau entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that.
I don't know yet. I have to question you and then we'll figure it out. It's for us to decide, Miss Bound. Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth? More focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. The question is when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. She's waiting upstairs in the living area on standby. Where are you? What were you doing while you were waiting?
I was in my room practicing some dance routines. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bop with Samson, you see.
Bacon Bop? What kind of show was that? It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets. Wow, that sounds awesome! Hold the phone, Miles. You used to watch it? My father introduced me to it. I may have watched an episode or two. Miss Bound passed the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routines. Is this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? I don't know yet. It can't have been the moment she did it. Better listen carefully to what she says. She had to go change the camera's film cartridge. Hold it! You're the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging.
Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? And I ran straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. I wouldn't have had the time.
So changing the film and the camera as requested by Mr. Tangaroa. Doesn't seem like it because he was right there. That can't have been the moment. Alright. She discovered the body. Alright. You entered the room containing Mr. Tangaroa's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct?
Yes, I heard the sound of something collapsing. Samson, are you in here? Ah!
Sound of the chocolate chip falling over, and a certain someone took a bite after a certain someone took a bite out of one of the supports. Mr. Tangaroa was still in Mr. Gusteau's room when you found the body?
Yes, I'm fairly sure that was the case. He was judging each room in order, and he liked to take his time.
To the point at which you discovered Mr. Frost's body. This is the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures. I don't know. She made the rounds and served tea to everybody. Hold it! Just as you did today.
Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea.
Present company included. I remember it well. You were there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little cart of yours. Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time? Oh yeah. Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, yeah? I think you mentioned his saucer was cold. That's the moment. His saucer was cold. It was, but I still want to press the last one. I'll be back. That's when she saw Gusteau entering the room. Hold it! When exactly did you see Mr. Gusteau entering the victim's room?
It was while your father and the others were investigating the room where the body was found. Gusteau said he went in there to get back a photo of him and Frost with their kids. Because he didn't want anybody to suspect they'd been working together, right? Pretty sloppy of him to get spotted, though. Definitely not great thief material. I think Mr. Gusteau could live with that, to be honest. To the moment when Mr. Gusteau snuck into Mr. Frost's room. No, that was not it.
I can't have been the moment. Better listen carefully. Need to figure out when Miss Bound would have been able to steal the sculptures. What's your best window of opportunity? You'd think a great thief like me would have an inkling, but I'm drawing a blank here. If you're gonna get to the bottom of this, you'll need to grill her harder. So get to it, we're right behind you, big man. Alright. It's the fourth one. It's when she was serving tea.
Hold it!
Yep. And the tea was cold. The saucer was cold. Rather. Yep, that was it. Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses? Yeah, you're using the cart. Which is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures, and she did it by hiding them here, in the cart.
Take that!
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them. Besides, because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case. Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately. Who said anything about a serving cart? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used instead? I'm suggesting that Miss Bound used this to transport the ice sculptures. The lift. Duh, all you gotta do is put a tablecloth on it. Not that hard. And this is... the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in this fountain room. We originally bought it for use in the contest. You're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off? I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side and a tablecloth. It'd look exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course. That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Dudes, how could you? Impressive. And again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So, you admit it? You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room? Yes, I do. I took those sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I'd had dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it. And slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I'd removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice zodiac box as well. Excuse me. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Zodiac blocks. I feel like I've seen them myself before. There's a huge block of ice on display here. Must be incredibly heavy. Though maybe not. What with it being hollow on the inside. Right. Don't mind me, I'm just pouring more tea. If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then, even though my father never saw them, because they'd actually already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I had finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out,
I took 2 fresh empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them there where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases.
It would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in.
Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored iceworks in progress. I figured if I'd melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today.
I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession. Indeed, and I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it.
That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you?
What? How'd you figure that? Statute of limitations. It's a bitch sometimes.
Oh my. Would have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book.
Statutes for dummies! That's mean. She called Kay a dummy. Statutes of what? Book explaining the statutes of limitations for various crimes. Simply put, Kay. Hold on, I'm gonna read it. Theft, 7 years from the date of the crime. Separate timeframes apply with regards to claims for damages, etc. Ooh, okay. Murder is 15 years from the date of the crime. Statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. That's gonna come in handy later, I'm sure. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but it's there. Prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? So it's different for every crime? Murder, 15 years, theft, 7 years. Ah! Yes, Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago. So it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. But separate timeframes apply with regards to claims for damages.
I don't believe it! Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
I wouldn't be so sure about that. We see the theft of an ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest.
Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body?
I am indeed.
And how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it?
Ice? Hiding it in a very unusual way.
Ooh, now this is interesting. Are you telling me you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has already told us. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then.
Very well. If you are confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
With the statues? Because there was blood in them? Oh boy. Let's try it.
Take that!
This is where Mr. I'm afraid. Nope. I have to demonstrate how that works. Yep. Okay. I need a place. Nothing to contribute to the investigation. Perhaps you could wait outside. Just shut the fuck up. Hold on. Hold on. Alright. I need a where. The only where I could do is like a map. Pretty sure the only where I could do is the map.
Take that.
No? Shit. Well, no, we gotta save. Save our shame. Where was the body hidden? Rediscovered floating in the fountain. In the cloth? In this cloth somewhere. Yeah, okay, let's try it. Nope. I mean, in cold storage, I would imagine. With the statues is kind of what I want to get at.
Take that.
A photograph of Mr. Frost's works.
And of the victim's body, Your Honor.
You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body?
The victim's body's hiding right here, under the cloth? Yeah, it is kind of where the one's covered.
Take that.
The Gemini sculpture?
Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse.
Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in that photograph to support such a wild claim.
It's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight.
What piece of evidence might that be? Court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body,
The luminous cloth.
Take that.
One of the claws from the autumn wing.
Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone?
Well, yes, dear, but you can make it look like just about anything, really, even blazing fire. And the right shade of blue would make it look like ice, yes. Exactly like it, in fact. It is not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though.
If you would care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor. You'll notice that there's a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case, but not one on Tauros. Yeah.
That's
One of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice.
no. This can't be.
Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing, yes, we were standing right in front of the body.
The body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing disguised as a sculpture?
Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the Winter Wing in order to throw us off the scent.
Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain.
No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. A trusty lift cart, the same that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered.
And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But can you prove that it was me? It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think?
What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. The contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation?
I do. Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Thanks, Larry!
And please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim?
Thanks, Larry!
More drawings? And is that me?
Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. But what I'm interested in is the cart we can see here.
Miss Bound's serving cart? What about it?
You don't see it. She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was taken. Was being drawn, sorry.
What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone.
Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I'd originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he's assured me that that couldn't possibly be the case.
This tablecloth appears to be light blue.
Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath.
But the shape of the cart is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body.
Now if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the Winter Wing. Place one of those on the lift cart and it'd easily pass muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree?
Goddess of Justice!
Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body just as you did 18 years ago?
I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single, simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it?
Needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more. Which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving cart, you had to find some place to put your chocolates.
My chocolates! The ones I was handing out?
As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart. The chocolates you gave us came from your pocket.
Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though.
Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on. That's why.
One moment, please. You've explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates and the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go?
Indeed, if stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of. I doubt Miss Bound had time to dispose of an entire tablecloth.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me?
Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us.
Perhaps you would care to enlighten us. Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body?
Could it still be in the fountain? Where would the cloth be? I don't think she's carrying it. We didn't find anything else in the fountain. He said it was pristine. There was nothing else in it. Perhaps it's not in this room. I believe that the tablecloth is not in this room. Not in this room? Could you be more specific, perhaps? No, not yet. So that's not it. So you're saying it's somewhere out there in the wider world. That sounds dangerously like a desperate bluff. Yep. Rationally limiting my choices one by one should leave me with the only possible location. You know, thinking back to the first time I ever met Judes. I remember her wrapping a tablecloth around her waist before getting down to work. Oh, interesting. I think that might prove to be a vital clue. Yeah, maybe. The defense is done talking amongst themselves. Perhaps we can finally enlighten the court. It's honor. Is bound as a tablecloth on her person, and in plain view, in fact. In plain view? No, surely you don't mean... It's bound. It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? Given that the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with ice. All we would need to do to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. Don't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicious Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. Alicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and took it. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Judy, you... Oh, gosh. Judes, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side? All fighting together to free Samson? We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. So she's responsible for attempted murder here. But then, what happened 18 years ago? We still don't know what happened in IS-7. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but... I do it this way, though. It's not like you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than entries in a confectionery contest. Became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. Put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. What I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures? So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures? Ooh. would explain why Gusteau went in there. Oh, what if Gusteau's the murderer? Okay, alright.
Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never! And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty. After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I'd ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and
Junes.
After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired, so I did what I did today. Because it was the only way I could think of to make things right.
It seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake.
Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. She's trying to catch the killer! Oh, shit! She's smart. Oh, smart cookie. And it was Gusteau, clearly, because he's the one who broke in there being like, oh shit, that's where I hid the body. I gotta get that out of there.
Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind.
Oh, and that's why he was outside of Artie's room. Because he probably hid the body in there. Not to get the photo. I see. But she had already taken it out, so he was like, what the fuck? Shit. Oh wait, he hid the body and then she went in and took it. Yeah, that makes sense. That means there must have been something on the body that points to him. Otherwise, why would he have hidden it? He could have just left it in Tangaroa's room, because Tangaroa was the suspect. Ooh, okay, it's all come together. Maybe. She was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent. Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the true killer. She had been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit. Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework. So only would have freaked out thinking that the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly, but Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying then that's why the Autumn Wing was all Winter Wingy. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident.
No. But that would mean the real killer was... Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make?
I'll do it. Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so... should I really go ahead and make my accusation? And name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? Oh, shit! I'm like, what would Phoenix do? I think Phoenix would bluff his way and make the accusation. Alright, let's do it. Why hide the body if there wasn't something on it that would point to who the true killer was? We can find it. The ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, just seize the moment. Just like Phoenix. Yes, Judge Cavell, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who's to blame for the IS-7 incident. He was a terrible convectioner. Why enter a contest?
Take that!
Mr. Gusteau, the victim of the poison gas attack, is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident. Ghosty!
Mr. Gusteau. Expound. As we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure the real culprit. You set the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far?
You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth, just like your father. And of course, you are absolutely right.
Perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words.
Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore, so I might as well tell you everything. As he said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the Autumn Wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors to the various rooms and found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of this door. The thought, well, frightened me.
And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap.
When I heard that Mr. Gusteau was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan.
Junes, why didn't you tell me? I know I'm always here for you, right? Could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've always been very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place.
Judy, Judy, Judy. Oh, they really did care for each other. I'm sorry for suspecting you.
18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. I went to them now. Instead it had reappeared. I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery and invite as many witnesses as possible.
Ooh. Don't trust the police. This is what how she feels. I get it. I mean, because Von Karma was a dick and he was definitely he did a lot to like harm reputations and stuff. So I get it. I'm so sorry, Judy. Samson, Gregory, I let you all down. Fender, this can't be easy for him.
No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, is that you simply must clear Samson's name.
The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it had only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. Oof. He continued. Alright. Before we continue, I'm going to take a short break. Get a bit more water, I think. Bathroom stretch, all that good stuff. So I will see you all in a few break. We're going to go to the break screen. I'm going to run ads so we have as much time uninterrupted as possible. I'll see you all in a few. ass. Money. No smoking! Smoking is bad for you! If you didn't smoke, I wouldn't have to hit you with that ashtray. Make sure you always recycle!
And balloon! There you have it, a stunning balloon hat! It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Gato Tornado! Just call me Gato, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon!
This is exactly Dr. Lupin's type of character. What a way to capture your audience's attention! I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons. Judge? Can we talk about which balloons you're referring to?
You should come down and see it.
I can't see!
Oh no!
it just completely phased me out.
Fucked up. So fucked up.
I don't need this heartwarming moment. I need to fix this damn bike.
I need to fix this damn bike.
Mr. Stickler shouts, at which point the victim turns his head to look, and the killer fires his pistol. And that's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. No contradictions, right?
We broke something, guys. Trucy became a block of tofu. It's like tofu percent in Resident Evil. We broke her. Tofu, what are you doing in this game? Look, look. Both made by Capcom. Both made by Capcom. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Nice.
You gotta let me fall. Two of us need to jump.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks,
Yeah, okay,
looks like
alright,
it.
Alright, ready?
Go, go.
We'll
Alright.
Ready?
1, 2, 3. Choco, you're not. I'm back. Alright, hope everyone had a good break. Let's get to it. April 2nd, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Hall. Fountain Room. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now?
Yes.
Good, then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law.
Yes, I understand.
Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaro's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case. You suck. She got lightning bolts in her hair. That's gonna come up again sometime. That's gonna come up sometime, right? Eventually. Lightning effects.
There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there's nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either.
Actually, the courthouse records were doctored, but oh, that might have been just what he gave to us, though. Von Karma was definitely up to some shit, though.
And right now, there's nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself.
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Cavell, especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts.
Are you suggesting that the committee at the time just overlooked just such a prosecutor?
That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now.
There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth.
How so, exactly?
By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs, that's how.
You're the one who's bending the truth. This stupid committee sucks. Like, what are you guys doing? I know I said it would stretch, but I had to re-stretch.
Perhaps it is time you understood how no, the committee sees this case.
Why do I have the feeling that the committee doesn't necessarily agree with you? Hold on. Okay. Committee's view.
The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice.
No.
I guess I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusteau today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder.
And this is how the committee sees things, is it?
It is. As always, I act solely in the service of law and order.
I doubt it. It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there'll be no saving Mr. Tangaroa or Miss Bound. Alright, falsified the reports? Yep. If you accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified the report, then why don't you reinvestigate the case?
Because the goddess of justice is never wrong.
Actually.
Objection!
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Despite... her verdict remains true, despite Mr. Von Karma's manipulations. Despite blatant evidence tampering? You sure your precious goddess is into that?
Almost makes you think the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked into again.
Further investigation is simply unnecessary since the goddess of justice has already spoken.
Bullshit! Is that right? Convicted as an accomplice? No. Believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Tangaroa's fate in the end. A confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast a doubt on the final verdict itself.
Samson Tangaroa confessed to the initial investigating officer, one Detective Ian Seidman. The official records state that it was his interrogations that led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is the goddess of justice has already spoken.
Unbelievable, she just won't budge at all. Are these committee guys really that big of a deal? In many ways, they're the prosecutor's worst nightmare.
So kind of like how the police are to a great thief, huh?
Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though. She thinks it's Miss Bound. I thought that at first, but no. They actually do care about each other. Suggesting that Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound killed Mr. Frost together.
Why not? You could even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tangaroa could have been the one to commit the act itself, while Miss Bound was to remove the body. But the thought that we could ever kill Mr. Frost! You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it really so surprising that you might be considered a suspect as a result?
Miss Bound has freely confessed to all of her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past.
Very well, let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present.
Alright, and the poison and killing, yeah. Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusteau for the murder?
No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Wing simply to see if Gemini's statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly worked.
You have any evidence to support that line of reasoning?
Unfortunately, Mr. Gusteau remains in critical condition. It'll be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there's a little we can do for now.
How about we examine our Mr. Frost's body? How about that? There has to be a reason why he was trying to hide it in the statue in the beginning with instead of just leaving it in the chest. On the contrary, there's plenty we can do.
Still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS-7 incident and the poison gas attack. Do you know?
All the evidence you need?
In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we have the sources of the 2 chemicals and Miss Bound's confession. And as for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in a formal hearing. Whoa, that doesn't sound good.
Don't worry, Malzarino. If nothing else, you're always more than welcome at the Edgeworth & Co. Rano, I'd greatly appreciate it if we could stay focused on the matter at hand.
Of course. Now, where was I?
No need to investigate either case any further.
Hold it!
You really mean to assert that there are no loose ends left to investigate? None at all?
All of the evidence has been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from them. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant Miss Duty bound.
Your Honor, I'm certain there's something that still needs to be examined.
Hammer's about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now.
Assuming there really is anything left, that is. This isn't over yet, not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have answers to, and it's up to me to point it out to Judge Cavell. Okay, the statement we added was... all the evidence they need to explain both. Okay. So there's something that's not explained. Rock salt lamp. Tango discovered that he had taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Why hide the body? Why take the body in the first place? That's my question. Let's try it. Let's see if my question is the question.
Objection!
No, it's not. What's wrong with her statement? Yeah. Shush. Don't believe it myself. Be more careful next time. All the evidence they need to explain both. So that's the body there, right? Why hide it at all? I'm gonna try it.
Objection!
Nope. Do you believe there's something wrong with it? Well, no, nothing seems out of place. Refrain from insinuating otherwise, yep. That did blow up in their faces, yeah. Suspect makes an accomplice, yeah. Alright, what's still unexplained? I don't know whose finger marks these are. Have everything they need? Those light bulbs, why would you have those? Or maybe they're for sugar blowing. That could be it. Gosh, I don't know. Collapse outside the autumn wing. Now serving out his prison sentence. Oh, he looks terrible. That's the trap. I don't know. Nope. I don't know. I'm just like, that's something I still don't know what it's for. Attempt to frame him. Yeah, I mean, the thing does say accomplice. We figured that out. All the evidence that they need to explain both? Not that. I don't. The part I don't understand is like, why did Cousteau go out of the way to hide the body? Know why that was used to heat something. I don't know. Why did he go back for the photo? Yeah, let's reload. We've gone through a lot. I'm probably gonna need to more. Have everything they need. What's still unexplained? We know why that's wet. Why is it that? Why this? I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the I-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this?
What is it?
Their test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the Winter Wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. Question is, whose? Till that question is answered, I hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence. Oh, because we don't know whose blood it is yet. I see. My greater question is why hide the body? Oh, but they're okay, hold on. But then their assumption is that Judy did it because they were working together. Right, okay, so if we think about that logic, the fact that, like, their erroneous logic, it wouldn't make sense to have the same question as that. Okay. Okay, I guess this does make sense. Alright. I gotta think about it from their perspective and not entirely ours.
There was blood in the Gemini case.
Why did I not hear about this from Eustace? Cause he's a fucking idiot. Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winter about it to myself, of course, but he ran away.
You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today.
As ever, my interest is in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end.
It's not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace.
Guess who's back, losers? And with good news, too! There he is.
It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusteau was alive.
Gusteau?
He made it!
I want to know what the seahorse tattoo's about. You're the ones who found me.
Yep, long time no see, Gusteau.
You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown, and you have an assistant of your own now. Assistant? No, I'm...
He hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago. Huh? What are you talking about?
We figured out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost.
What? Is that true? Is bound to set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then? Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent.
It's not that. Gusteau here's a fan of the old meditation. You know, Om and all that jazz.
Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent. Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kay.
Hey, Gusteau, old pal. How about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when?
I was caught in the Geralt's trap, so I must be the killer. Is that your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here.
Indeed you are, Mr. Gusteau. And there's no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed.
At least somebody here seems to be on my side.
Judge Verity Gavel, it's a pleasure to meet Mr. Gusteau.
You should not be a judge. You are terrible at being impartial.
I will assist you in any way you may require.
You should also not be walking a little baby prosecutor by the hand to go figure out how to do shit. Like, that seems super inappropriate. Like a conflict of interest.
Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth?
Huh, fine. Want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'd be happy to. So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gavel? You hoping Mr. Gusteau will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record?
I believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice.
Bullshit. Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. And so long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you were to use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you.
We shall see about that.
What do you advise, Judge Gavel?
It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas, specifically by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us?
Understood. I came to see Frost sculptures, simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived a half hour early. Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk at around that time?
I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then.
Obnoxious cars.
Like why? Why is that even necessary? But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight. All except for the autumn wing, that is.
I see. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusteau went.
Sneaking into a building's pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying.
Courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right?
Mr. Gusteau, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case.
I wanted to see Frost's work up close, so I went up to the Gemini. Sorry, I guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. And I saw that the lid was frozen on tight, so I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out. Fascinating. His is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of.
Yeah, that everything sounds like a lie kind. I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusteau's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it.
Come on, there must be something. It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I am not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing. I mean, anybody trying to like fucking break it and take the art, yeah. She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal? Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. He seemed determined to pin Miss Frost's murder on me, but I had no reason to kill him. Really? Because your kids didn't get along, and they're both missing. Or actually, your kids got along, but you didn't get along. It looked like from the how grumpy you two look in the picture, and both kids are missing for some reason, which is weird. You have no evidence to prove otherwise.
Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Gusteau fell victim to the poison gas, that much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past.
Yeah, but what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do.
You're right. May not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. Gusteau killed Frost, he must have had a reason. Claims not to have a motive, but that can't really be true, can it? Gusteau insists he had no reason to kill Artie Frost, but... He did it, he has won. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember? How can you possibly say that with any certainty? Their relationship had broken down for some reason. Still helped Frost in the finale, but the favor wasn't returned. That could very well have been the motive behind this murder. Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusteau back then, but we can now. We can put the pieces together. I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Yes, I think you must be right. I need to think back over everything we know about the I-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. And the finger marks. Were you the one wearing the gloves? Miss Scone denied the finger marks on the frame were hers. But what if they were Mr. Gusteau's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the Ultimate Cookbook for himself. Had Gusteau's goal been to look through the Ultimate Cookbook all along?
So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think that there should have been more shots left than there were.
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining.
More film had been used up than Tanjiro expected, and someone else used the camera. Oh, to take pictures of the cookbook! Oh!
But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
Because it's an instant camera, so he could just took those photos. My father noticed these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. Wanted the cookbook? Remaining exposures. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusteau did just that? What if he used Mr. Tanjiro's camera to photograph the book? It'd be the perfect crime. So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops. Sneaky snapshot of 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Delisha say that Gusteau and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had? Frost and Gusteau didn't attend afternoon tea, yeah. Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? And after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tanjiro, possessing as he did the only key. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tanjiro's works the only one you sampled?
Oh dear, I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chili Wink's room for a little taste too.
Mr. Frost had kept himself inside his room after the contest had started, but he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into it to sample his work, meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of the afternoon tea. Alright, let's talk about the motive. Gusteau says he had no reason to kill Artie Frost, but Gusteau helped Frost in the final, and the favor wasn't returned. Mr. Gusteau, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? Puh, so you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs, while you were in charge of the flavor. Is that correct? What can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner. But you only collaborated up through the semi-final. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show what we could do. Show that we're both better than Tanjiro. And why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. Whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusteau. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusteau told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusteau in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. So, why did Mr. Frost help you in return? I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis for your motive for murder. Was it because your kids went missing? That's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly. Stopped working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay. Did somebody kidnap both your kids because Artie Frost owed them money? Because we knew that dude was hard up for money all the time. Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? Couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I? Gusteau couldn't have killed Frost with Tangaroa in his room. Yeah, but what about afternoon tea, because you guys are both missing? So, you see? It can't have been me. I wouldn't be so sure. Must be a window of time when Mr. Tangaroa wasn't in his room. If I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusteau had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. Afternoon tea. Y'all were both missing. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusteau could have killed him.
Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusteau's story now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last.
Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence?
Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusteau to open up to us about it instead.
Oh, is it mind games time again?
It is. Mr. Gusteau, I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you. What is it? You chose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world. If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusteau, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? "18 years ago, Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together, and why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow." Mr. Gusteau seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. In my hand, now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Mind chess time, let's go. Why'd you collaborate? Mr. Gusteau, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost? We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills? You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible. That's all. Frost's son and mine were in the same grade school, so we got along pretty well, too. Oh, so you were just two friends who happened to try for the title of world's greatest confectioner? Get him! Wake up! Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusteau. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say? Fine, it was me. I wanted the title. Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook. See, and since your objective dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then something happened, a breakdown in your relationship perhaps? If so, I want to know why. Oh, was it Frost's handprints on there and he's the one who took the photos because that's all he gave a shit about? Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Push me too hard. I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait. I'd better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gustavus is trying desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he was really after next. It just seemed like a good point to save. There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning and fast. Did you want to appear on Big O? Did you want more than just the title? You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not so sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much. Now you're insulting the way of the confectioner? My only goal was to win that title. I didn't care about anything else. No idea how much it would have meant to me. Look, my sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now. Oh, so you've improved? You bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Zhengfa for nothing. I looked up Tangaroa, you know, spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds to me like Mr. Tangaroa's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. So you're interested in the book too? That conflicts with the fact that Artie wants the book, don't it? You claimed that your only goal was to win the title. And you also seem to have had an interest in the contest prize, the ultimate cookbook. Greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it. Even if I did. What exactly is so wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. Everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. Just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. Do you know what the book was really worth? Do you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Alright, try another one. You needed help you make your sweets? So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations? What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold. Could have made a lot of money if you sold it. I don't know much about what was actually in there. But it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that. You know more than you're letting on. Come now, Mr. Gusteau, I think you know more about the ultimate cookbook than you claim. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. And you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? And that they weren't dessert recipes at all. I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know what was really in there. The ultimate cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook to give it a proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody has ever heard of. So he did know about the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue. You know what it was really worth. You know how valuable it really was? What kind of question is that? The recipes. Time to deploy my clue. Except that you knew that's not what's really in there. Designs may have improved thanks to your training in Zhengfa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the ultimate cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Thereby making your interest not gastronomical but pharmaceutical in nature. We're trying to you needed the medicine? Did you need the medicine? You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusteau. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines. Would suggest that your interest must have been personal. underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. Did something happen to his son? That's why he needed the medicine? I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick. Was? Tell me more. That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know. He looks rattled. I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. I've almost gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves. Tell me more about your son. Tell me a little more about your son. He was my pride and joy, and my biggest fan. And you entered the contest in order to help him? Clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything. He would come see me here at the contest venue too. Right up to the semi-final. Really, he didn't get in the way of your work. You were trying to beat Samson Tangaroa. Surely you didn't have the time to look after a child. Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations. I'm still recovering, so if you've got nothing to say, let me go back to the medical room. But wait, I may need to be a little more proactive. Shit. Study opponent's reactions and pick your own response accordingly. What's the name of your son's condition? Tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from. A real cold customer. Is it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more? I don't know clues to how to proceed. Okay. Okay, tell me more about the son. Alright. Alright, came to semi-final. So he wasn't too sick to join you? Said your son was sick, Mr. Gusteau, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest? It wasn't that kind of illness, nothing life-threatening anyway. This feels like it could be an important clue. What's the name of the condition? I'm deploying my clue, but it wasn't life-threatening, was it? You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details? It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. Same condition as Samson where he couldn't taste things. Ooh. I see, that must have been very hard on both of you. Of course it was, that's why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. Couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts. We have a taste disorder. As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains a recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he had it too? Too, you say? So your son had a taste disorder then, am I correct? How did I let that slip? You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. But was that really the case? Of course it was. What are you saying? I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Okay. Better try another tack. Was the book necessary to get him to get better? So you needed the cookbook to cure your son? Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication he needed anywhere. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work. What about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it? And what makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what the others had made? But you did care. I think you've made it abundantly clear how much you interest you in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the Ultimate Cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries. I had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. He has it too. Must have been nerves or something. Nothing Mr. Gusteau tasted any flavor. That's a clue. What's the name of the condition? But it wasn't life-threatening, yeah? Of course it was. We were desperate. He could taste anything not for desserts. Did he have a taste disorder? So he had it too. Even asked me to believe that you needed a cookbook to cure your son, but was that really the case? He needed it for himself. Saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you told me, time to deploy your clue. You were sick yourself, weren't you? Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know. After all, you just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. Confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition that you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusteau? I've had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries, no problemos. But weren't you working with Mr. Frost? Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did it all on your own now. You would have us believe that you are a man of principle, dedicated student of the confectioner's art, that you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. All so you could cure your own taste disorder. You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I kept it hidden for so long, 18 years, and nobody knew. Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook. The medicine that would cure Mr. Gusteau's disorder, and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate.
Yay, we did it!
I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody all of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed agusia.
What's an agusia?
That taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. Confectioner's worst nightmare.
How did we both get it?
How did they both get that? There's gotta be something up with that. That's weird. Mr. Fender. Is what Mr. Tangaroa had as well. The big man had what they call dissociated taste disorder. Oh, okay, so it was different. Big man had what they call dissociated taste disorder. Basically, some things you could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. Well, he suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. You admit now that that was the real reason you entered the contest? It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. And I put my mind to something, it gets done! And I won't lose to anybody. Ha 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 ha! I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win. Oh, so you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning? Huh, of course. What was it that Fender said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusteau's creations? Mr. Gusteau's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry to the final was subpar on both accounts. We're told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you describe. What happened, Mr. Gusteau? What went wrong that day? His son wasn't there. Fine. Want me to talk? I'll talk, but you're not going to like what I have to say. His entry for the final. Frost and I were working together right up through the semi-final. I handled the flavor and he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. His eye was twitching. That's all there is to it. Happy now? There don't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony. Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years, after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Malzarino? See if you can't shake something loose. I think I just might have to, Fender. They're working together right up through the semi-final. Yep. Frost was in charge of designing the work you both submitted while you handled the taste. Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman, and his sense of design was second to none. But he was a bit clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We each did what the other couldn't. Hey, and boy, did you not have an eye for aesthetics, not even for the simple stuff. Ugh. Woo! Made a proper bird. How do you like me now? Huh. National symbol of Jangfa. Oh yeah, it's a phoenix. That's awesome. I'll say, pretty different to the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago. Behold the fruits of my training. I've dedicated my whole life to my craft. Back then, we both needed each other's help, so we joined hands until the final. Wanted to do it on his own? Bullshit.
Hold it!
You're serious about winning the title, then? Of course, the art of confectionery is my life. I wouldn't have wanted to be crowned the greatest. I still had a lot to learn back then. Guess it's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch. But the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was the cookbook, too. And you wanted the book even more than you wanted the title. Isn't that right, Mr. Gusteau? Mr. Edgeworth, you are badgering a witness who is still suffering the effects of today's attack. I cannot allow this harassment to continue. Understand, Your Honor, but... Ignore him, Mr. Gusteau. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's question. Rude! But please do continue your testimony in your own time. Helped with the entry. Does he have the seahorse on there? Because maybe that's his son's favorite and maybe something happened to his son. Anyway.
Hold it!
So you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all? But he'd helped you up until then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest, no? Strange or not, it's the truth. Could be he had his reasons too, I wouldn't know. He's lying is gonna be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless that gizmo of yours has a built-in lie detector, okay? If it did, I'd have stolen the show from Mr. Edgeworth long before now. Don't worry, Fender. I can tell when he's lying. No doohickeys assistance required. Please, Mr. Gusteau, continue your testimony. Didn't taste good in the final, it's on him. Alright. And yet I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? No, nothing like that. It was... I told you I had a taste disorder. Uh-huh. But your stuff still tasted fine before. And clearly that was because your son was there to do the tasting for you. Maybe. Or... no, because he couldn't taste his favorite desserts anymore. Did Frost taste it for him then? My sense of taste failed me, it's as simple as that. Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Yeah, it has to be his son. Something happened overnight. Ugh. I don't think he's gonna spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps I should ask him about something else. Let's talk about the semi-final. Something changed between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusteau. Not really. The only difference between the semi-final and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me.
Hold
So you really completed your final entry without Mr. Frost's help. I may not have had his designs to lean on, but I knew I was still solid when it came to flavor. So the visuals were the only thing that changed between the semi-final and the final. You sure, Gussie, old pal? Gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. Wasn't just its looks that got a big thumbs down come judgment time. Got trashed on flavor too.
Doesn't sound much like a winner to me.
Despite his confidence, Mr. Gusteau failed on flavor too. The lack of Mr. Frost's assistance shouldn't have affected that, so there was some other difference. 18-year-old mystery. The key to unraveling it is finally within my grasp. I just need to remember everything Fender told me about what he and my father discovered. Gusteau's son visited his father daily up through semi-final. Your son stopped visiting you. Objection! I can think of one significant difference between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusteau. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? Told me he was here with you up through the semi-final. He was. What of it? But indeed, he was here with you until the semi-final. Until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that. I just wanted to see him to see me hard at work, to show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows, maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds.
He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me.
Indeed, thankfully we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusteau prided himself on the flavor of his creations, but then lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining this high standards after such a devastating loss. Unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it? You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. But why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than to support his father? Taste your creations, steal other people's creations, make your creations where you taste them. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusteau. He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it. In which case, he would have been a good judge for whether something tasted on brand, so to speak. What are you implying? You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. I'll admit it. Good, I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true, 18 years ago I developed acousia. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work. Dang, now it all makes sense. Frost stuff tasted good because it was really was finished the day before when the kid was still here. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But do you seriously think I'd trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know, even back then. Did you know? Designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. Think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation, that's all it is. In that case, I ask you to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate. Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern.
What do you mean by that?
What? As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Zhengfa to start my training. Cut off all ties with the kid for good. does that mean? What? You abandoned your own child? That ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is, even now. Cops have looked all over for him, but no dice. So, still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son?
Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusteau's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat.
Ah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now. Proof or otherwise.
Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever.
Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but... What if the son got injured? What if there was an accident and that's why Gusteau killed Frost, because his son got hurt?
Oh shit.
Oh, that's dark. Oh, that is dark. Oh my god. I'm gonna taste it right away, sir. Please do, detective. It's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is.
Hey, Miles. Sorry to cut in on your mind, pal, this time, but I was pondering about something myself. Our friend Gusteau didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he?
Because he tried to open the case. Whose blood is in the ice and why? Why was there blood in the ice of the Gemini statue?
Exactamundo. Think we have anything that might explain why I tried to do that?
Might, if Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence.
That's quite enough idle chatter, Defense. Now if you...
Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Sorry to keep you waiting! Speak of the devil. I take it you have the test results, Detective? Yes, sir. The lab just got back to me.
Detective, please, court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of? What? Hey, no fair! Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this?
It's indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out.
What the? Why is everybody always helping you?
Because you're a fucking idiot, Eustace.
I'm supposed to be the one in charge here.
Mr. Winner. Sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say?
Well, all right.
So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the tests have to tell us? I'm not gonna believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is Carmela Gusteau, the victim of the poison gas attack. That's not what I was hoping for. What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood in this case?
I don't know, because it's unexpected. It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusteau, is as good as us finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body.
Why would there be traces of your blood there of all places, Mr. Gusteau?
If you want to answer her honor, Mr. Gusteau, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case, there were traces of salt and sugar, too.
There were?
And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed. Oh yeah. You were talking about that Delisha told us back then, right? What was it again? Harp strings.
Did they ever? I've never tried ice so scrumptious in all my life.
Really?
Man, I wish I could have had a bite.
Forgot young Fender.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable.
Salty bit.
It's in the other photo you've got there. This bit, the harpy thing.
Gemini's liar. Yes, the liar, and the only liar, tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry.
Very interesting. Perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth.
Where did the salt in the liar come from? The salt lamp? With blood on it?
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident?
Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the liar its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karmat established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost, and it was stained with his blood, but no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Right, because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream. Furthermore, aside from the liar, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either.
Hey, come to think of it,
The lamps we found in Delisha's room were both broken. Lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them.
Maybe they fell and broke on the floor?
We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusteau's blood on it at some point? Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police, so the killer needed to hide the blood somehow and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion.
Are you seriously suggesting that the liar was used to do just that?
I am. Suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the liar so that it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptors would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the liar undetected.
And the reason he's here today is...
18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. How could he be sure that neither Mr. Frost's body nor the evidence would be discovered someday?
So back he comes again 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks.
Well, Mr. Gusteau, are you finally ready to admit it? That you are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident?
Mr. Gusteau, it's all because of you that Samson...
Gusteau. So I finally got caught, huh? All these years later. Nobody came close back then, not even the big shot prosecutor. Holy attorney! That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. You admit it then, that you murdered Artie Frost? Yeah. Sure I do. I did it, I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? You agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other, so that one of us could win. Whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had the deal. Sorry, I'm not helping you on the final.
Our little agreement is over, Gusteau.
But I helped you. I spent all day yesterday making those ice for your pieces.
Did you? And can you prove that, I suppose?
What do you... Wait. You're planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? The Frost double-crossed me. I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there. I didn't have any help with the flavor either. Much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything! I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand. Right, I don't understand. You take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? Or that you abandoned your son? How would I want to understand someone who could do such things? Man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. His son never showed up on the day of the final. In hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why. Ooh.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. According to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
You don't care? You're horrible!
So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct? This guy sucks. Yeah, I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and stuck into Tangaroa's room. Should have been so easy. All I had to do was get photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. Then Frost showed up. I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook, Frost! What's this, a cure for taste disorders? Oh no, that's just too tragic. Confectioner who can't taste anything, what will people say? If you tell anybody, I'll... Ah! What? Can't even hit me, you miserable worm. You... Frost struck me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off my feet. Crashed into one of the lamps, must have been when my blood got on it.
So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow, so I scraped off all the bloodied bits. Dissolved those salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the harp. That's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish. Frost was going to blackmail me. Would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition. So he decided he had to kill him? Yeah, I guess I did. How would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. It's for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think? So that was the impetus behind it all. Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part. Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess. Not as dumb as you pretend to be.
Are we gonna find out what happened to the kids at some point?
Yeah, I figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy.
But why Samson? Why did you have to frame him?
I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault, you and the rest of them. How do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in Scone's room? Oh. There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant. That's to cast suspicion on that person.
What? You tried to frame me, Gusty Pants?
Yeah.
But why? Why poor old me?
I respected Tangaroa. He was the best. True champion. I'd never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. Deserve to be punished for what you did.
Oh, Gusty, how could you?
And you had refrained from eating Tangaroa's work. Had you refrained from eating Tangaroa's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. Our plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging your room. That's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. Thanks to you, Bound here found it before I had the chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all?
Ha! Why indeed?
Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know.
Why did Mr. Gusteau need to freeze Mr. Frost's body? Hide the true crime scene. The reason Mr. Gusteau had to freeze the body was to hide the true crime scene. So he wanted to confuse them over where it really happened? No, it was probably the time of death then. Alright, message received. Scare the time of death. That's why you usually freeze them. Mr. Gusteau needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. They determined that the murder occurred during the afternoon tea. He would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo! Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangaroa's room while I got everything ready in Frost. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse. I still don't get it though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all? I like how she picked that up with her foot and pushed it back into her hands. That was really funny. The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have been on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it at least until it was fully frozen. How awful! Using Mr. Frost's own word to help you cover up the truth behind his murder. Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body had been found before I got it out of his room. Only things had gone to plan. Wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted. You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson was all because I found the body? Don't let him get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. It wasn't Samson? It would have been Delisha instead. She would have been the only one. She would have been the one they arrested. By the way, there's only one person to blame here. That's Gusteau. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. Never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished. So then Mr. Von Karma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body. I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right? Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. By the way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record. He kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless. Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you. Sticks and stones, girlie. Sticks and stones. What a jerk. I gotta arrest you right now, pal. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, Detective. Statute of limitations. Yeah. So, you noticed, huh? Glad somebody did. Judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me. What? Why? You just confessed to murder. No idea, huh? Then I guess I'd better lay it out for you. Why you can't arrest him? I killed Frost 18 years ago. Actually, hold on. Before we do this, I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to go to the bathroom. So I will be right back. There's lots of fragrant magic water. I mean soap. See you tonight. What? Did you guys see that in the mirror? Cheerio, Scout! Hope you're settling into your solo camping adventure. Don't be disheartened if you can't find a needy ghost immediately. I intentionally picked a safe island that's not too haunted. When you finally find a ghost, try to help it make peace with itself, and when you do it, you'll finally graduate to 2nd degree. Signed, Scoutmaster Blake. Yes, I'll write to you every day, unless I get busy. 1 common log cabin, large potted plant. Okay. Sir? Scoutmaster Blake. Hi. Hello. Parfait here. You certainly did not send me to a relatively
unhaunted island where I might take me a little bit to find a ghost friend. You, in fact, sent me to a very haunted island of bears. Sir? One that curses people and traps them here. So thanks for that. Typical. Most of the time these trees won't stop rustling. But as soon as I need their opinion, then silence is golden. Thanks for the spirit wood. I think you've got some issues that we need to maybe talk about. Ooh, money though. Is there no formal job training? Do they just throw you into the fire and expect you to swim? No, wait, hold on. Throw you into the ocean and expect you to swim? Sorry, got my things mixed up there. Yes, what is it?
I believe we have found the man to whom the package was intended.
Look, you can swim in fire if you believe. It's fine. We're friends.
Really? Of course.
Don't make it weird!
Not one drop more. Let's make ourselves comfortable, shall we?
He's gonna make it weird.
Alright, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Alright, we're on the last... We're almost done here. Let's go. Let's do this. We'll wrap this up. I'm gonna get this guy. I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. There's gotta be an exception though, right? Statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country, and he went to study in Zhengfa. It's suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of the trial. Okay. The important bit being here that he fled to another country. So actually, we're good. You do the math. You can't arrest me. You think I'd have confessed otherwise? You don't know the full state of the law. That's right, the statute of limitations is only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edworth? No, we're good. The statute has expired, he can't be charged, so... But... How unfortunate, Mr. Edworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusteau's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record, and that Mr. Tangero's conviction will remain in place. But we've finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusteau, surely Mr. Tangero has grounds for a retrial on that basis. Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. The committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand, no matter what. Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. Must be something we can do, something to bring Mr. Gusteau down.
Hold it!
Passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusteau. It sure diminishes one thing, though. Your ability to arrest me. Oh, we can arrest you! We can arrest you real good! I could have you in cuffs before you even blink, pal! Right, Mr. Edgeworth? This issue isn't as open and shut as you're making it out to be, Detective. You can't touch me. It's too late for that. It's 15 years.
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet. This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it. Very well, and tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident. Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder, thanks to the formula from that book. Not so long after that, I went to Zhengfa to really buckle down and hone my craft. Explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left, let's see, around a year after the murder. Just before Tangero's last day in court. Going to Zhengfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor, design, I'm the full package now.
Objection!
All on the backs of those whose lives you destroyed. That's an omelet without a few eggs, hmm? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor. Nothing! You're evil! Sticks and stones, girlie. You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters. Need more to work with. Must be something I can get out of him. Maybe I can push him for further on the statements he just made. Is there anything I should follow up on? Your training in Zhengfa. How long were you there for? I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Zhengfa, if you wouldn't mind. Fine. Later went to Zhengfa to train, and I finally became the best in the world.
Hold it!
Zhengfa, and you were there for a while, I imagine? Yeah, I left some time after the investigation had wrapped up. I've been meaning to go there and start my studies for a while. And thanks to the hard work I put in. The designs are now world class! That is actually really fucking impressive. Whoa, that's amazing! You like it? It's yours. Really? Alright. We spent some time in Zhengfa training. Yeah, it's 15 years. You do the math. Never say never, Mr. Gusteau. Nothing is impossible. Really? Come on, give it up. Your father couldn't catch me. What makes you think you can? Could have solved the whole case if it hadn't been for Mr. Von Karmer's obstructing him at every turn. And now the statute of limitations is threatening to inter the truth of this case forever.
Don't listen to him, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't give up. Not now. We're doing this for your dad, so we have to see it through to the end.
Okay.
The truth is right there for the taking. What kind of great thieves are we if we don't grab it for ourselves?
I'm not a great thief, Kay, but you're right. Carmelo Gusteau, I won't allow you to make off with the truth. Do your worst.
Would he have confessed otherwise?
That was the only reason, because you knew the statute had expired.
Why else would I do it? Why would anybody?
Not that I'd planned on it ever coming out, of course. Why was that?
Because I'm finally the world's greatest confectioner.
And petty stuff like this only gets in the way of me and my craft.
So you're more concerned about you and your rep than the fact that Samson's still rotting in jail? I've seen some pieces of work in my time, but you're just flat out unforgivable.
Who cares about forgiveness? I did what I did. I don't need you to understand any of it.
Alright, Miles, it's official. Uncle Eddie is mad, and that doesn't happen often.
Not the only one. Don't worry, you won't get away with this. Not if I can help it. Mr. Gusteau is no ordinary opponent. He's gone 18 years without his crimes being exposed.
Mr. Edgeworth, there must be some way for us to arrest him. Guy's probably watched a few legal dramas before, but he's no lawyer. Not like you and me. There's gotta be some loophole somewhere we can use. There's just gotta.
He's right. Mr. Gusteau is just an armchair attorney after all.
Really? You're not gonna tell me how long you were there for? Zhengfa, yeah, I wrapped it up. You stayed there for a while, a lot of work you put in. Alright, and then he gives him that. Okay, so he spent some time in Zhengfa. Should I press him on this again and then get the other statement? Alright. Okay, around a year after the murder. On the back, yeah. Okay. I just want to see what he says about this before we push him on the statute. Do you mind telling us more about Mr. Tangaroa's final day in court? Fine. Tangaroa didn't stick around after his final court appearance.
Hold it!
You weren't summoned as a witness at any point by the prosecution or the defense? I had more important things to do than worry about some court case. I was busy getting ready to go and become the best. Gregory and me searched high and low for the guy. Seemed like he didn't want to be found. Sounds like he played his cards right and managed to avoid setting foot in court. Okay, we need to change it to the fact that he went to Zhengfa. Alright. And a year after the murder, he left. Training in Zhengfa. Give me that. We went to Zhengfa to train. And statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Here we go. Statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country, which means that the time spent abroad doesn't count toward the total time under the statute. No way, so it's like someone hit pause while he was in Zhengfa?
It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. But that will depend on how long you stayed in Zhengfa, Mr. Gusteau.
It was 3 years exactly. 3 years? Hold on. Nobody say anything until I've done the math. Murder happened 18 years back. Statute is 15 years. Add the 3 overseas.
15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means... Oh wait, Mr. Edgeworth, you did it! The statute hasn't expired after all!
Bingo, 18 years exactly. Glad you worked it out for yourselves. He's just been stringing us along this whole time.
Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now.
I hate to break it to you, little sis, but, S7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. Gusteau's stay in Zhengfa really lasted 3 years on the nose. It's not enough. Few months short.
Not enough? But...
What did I tell you? You can't touch me! Hate to admit it, but he'd read the board well when he made his confession.
How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed.
No! Must be something I can do.
I knew it! If the law can't bring Mr. Gusteau to justice, then...
Come on, we don't have anything else to show that he might have been out of... From the time any accomplice's indictment... the end of their trial. That would have been another year, though. Accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. That gives us another year. Because the accomplice, quote-unquote, was Tangaroa, and he didn't actually... Yeah, he was indicted exactly when the murder went... Yeah. The end of the trial didn't end for a year, so that gives us the other year. We're still good.
Junes, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go out into your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here. Far from it, because there's still a way we can nail him.
There is!
Alright, Malzarino, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusteau's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself are led to believe wrongly about. Which is... he wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Which means there's still one way left to us. Crack open your statutes for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusteau pay in full for what he's done. Tender, are you? Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you. If we use this card, we have to accept that Samson's an accomplice. Which means the verdict still stands. But at least we would get... We would nail Gusteau, but then it would cement the fact that Samson's an accomplice. Oh, that's rough. Bringing Mr. Gusteau to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So... do I raise an objection and play that card or not? I don't want to let him get away with it. But Samson is suffering too. He's gonna be suffering either way though, because if we do let him get away with it, they're just gonna leave him there to rot and he's gonna get blamed for the murder. So at the very least, we can get partial justice. We can at least stop the murderer from running free. Raise an objection. My father and Mr. Von Karma, one sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow. The one that seeks to reveal the truth.
This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusteau has been found not guilty on all accounts.
No, Your Honor. Mr. Carmelo Gusteau is absolutely guilty. And I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished.
Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest?
I do. And to show Judge Gavelle something that proves the statute of limitations hasn't yet expired.
Take that!
The court rules the— nope, that's— okay. We need the IS-7 then. That's one or the other. Entirely irrelevant. Shut up.
I understand your frustration. It isn't easy giving up on a lost cause.
Yeah, I'm not giving up. And though it ended with a verdict that couldn't have— oh, we need to point out that he's an accomplice. Yeah, that was it.
Take that!
He was convicted as an accomplice.
Very well. Is there a particular page of the IS-7 case you would like us to refer to?
Um... 18 years ago, Rock Salt Lamb, Tangaro's Mansion, started them. Okay. The suspect data, right? He was convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Suspect data. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, since Samson Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year from his indictment for that verdict to be reached.
Yes, that does seem to be the case.
The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statutes of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. What? Tangaro was convicted as an accomplice? Yep, guess you were in Zhangfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you, and not good news either, am I right? But how can that be? Tangaloa wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent, and you know it. We know it. That's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction with the very thing that sets him free. He spent 3 years in Zhangfa, and your accomplice Samson Tangaroa was on trial for 1 year. It means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all. Ah!
The goddess's judgment is infallible, but that of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry.
No, how could this? You weren't supposed to be able to.
18 years? That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusteau. Not a moment too soon.
Ah! But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I give up everything for this. Everything, even my son. More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last. Are we ready? I'm not ready for this. Holy shit, he made himself! Oh my god. Oh, he cut himself in half! Mr. Gusteau is all set for his trip downtown, sir.
Oh, good. Which means it's, your turn next, right? I suppose so. Junes? I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusteau to justice at last.
I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Miss Bound. But those actions were born on the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution.
Oh, no. I have no one to blame but myself for it at all. Starting with those sculptures.
Hey, June, do you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. And there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything.
Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender.
Oh, he loved them. They were his heroes. Sorry, man, but you gotta come with me now.
Of course.
Judge Cavell, why did you lie to us?
Lie? What are you talking about?
You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found.
I am under no obligation to answer such questions.
You clearly have no intention of doing so either.
Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions.
This committee seems corrupt as fuck. Like, they're more concerned with making it seem like the prosecutors have the perfect, cleanest records, rather than actually holding anybody accountable to anything.
No doubt you'll be called to appear before the committee in due course. Now, I must be on my way.
And after you caught the real killer and everything? Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do?
Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today.
Mr. Edgeworth. Hey! Mr. Edgeworth!
Yes?
Where did you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job!
My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winner. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person.
I don't get it.
I wouldn't expect you to understand, not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner.
That's going way over my head. I'm going home.
Okay.
What was that all about?
Eustace still has a lot to learn, is all.
Mercy!
Yes?
I just want to say old Greg and Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. Attend. Thanks for helping poor old Sammy Pooper.
Of course.
Hey, Edgy, looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Barry go? Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you?
I'm loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that.
Wait with the glaring, will ya? Whatever it did, I'm sorry!
Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you.
You totally were. Just like your pop. He's a terrible liar, too.
He was?
Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson in on what went down today. Wanna come with?
Yes, of course.
Great, then I'm coming too. April 2nd, 4:56 p.m. Detention Center. Visitor's room. We've been here so many times. So, what's Mr. Tangaroa like? I can't wait to finally meet him.
Ah, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even when locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. That's why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike.
Really? That sounds awesome. Think there'll be any left for us to try?
Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day?
Oh.
Could they have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods?
Gummy, what are you doing here? I heard you all were coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him.
Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangaroa. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service.
I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday.
It's very nice to meet you both. Miles, here's Gregory's son. Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. Made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender explained everything to me.
Sure did, and now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago.
The truth? Judy did all of that. Me.
Crazy kid rocked her brain for 18 years until she'd finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you.
Oh, Judy. I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tangaroa. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? Guess I'd better show him. Each piece of evidence is proof of the bond between Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound Share.
It's either the chocolate or the fucking teapot. Am I about to fuck this up?
He loves these chocolates, though.
Take that!
Those chocolates. Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did.
They're super delicious and sweet.
Found continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day, so that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home. Judy. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you.
Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later.
Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop him anyway. Thank you very much. No, Detective? Something about you reminds me of Detective Bad.
Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model.
You don't say. Seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. Sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather... thank you. Truly. Samson? Hell, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I'd better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy. IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but the case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close. Hey, Miles, thanks for today.
There's gonna be some like big reveal that's gonna keep us wanting more because we're on the third case already. That's when usually when shit really starts to hit the fan.
Sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that. Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me.
Huh? What are you guys talking about?
You know, Samson was wrongfully convicted. We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusteau. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him. As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, I can see that.
And now that Gusteau's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, and I'm sure you will.
Wait a minute, does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusteau would have gotten away scot-free?
Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect.
Because of things like legal contradictions, right?
Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving, just like us humans. Young Laddie and Malzarino included, am I right? Potential for growth and change. People and the law, huh? So, Miles? Are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor? Or help people as an attorney?
If he switches over to being an attorney, is that why we don't see him anymore in the prosecutor's office? Down the road?
Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. Only you can answer. I know. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day.
I feel like after a while we stopped hearing about him being a prosecutor.
And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always repay my debts. For now, thanks again for today. I mean it.
Trying to be all cool. He seemed kind of in a hurry to get out of here, to you?
Did. Honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It'd be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. April 2nd. Edgeworth and Company. Law offices. Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. May have taken 18 years. We're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy, Miles. Couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It's like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were. Those guiding principles you tried to instill in me? I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Your boy will be joining me in that soon. Am I going to fight crime as a prosecutor? Or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? That's gonna get deep. Heck yeah, we're gonna save. Damn, that was a really long case. We're all done. Turnabout Forsaken. Alright, there's a total of 5. We're almost there to the end. Just a couple more cases. But that is gonna be where we stop here. It's not super late, but it's been almost 5 hours and I'm getting tired, so we're gonna call it for the evening here. Let's go Twitch. Alright. Come with me, y'all. Thank y'all for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I love Ace Attorney. It's such a good game and a really, really good series. It's so much fun. So much fun to read these. They're very, like, it's a good story. This is filling in a lot of gaps. I'm so glad that they finally brought this over. We can see what's going on with Edgeworth. And I'm curious to see where this goes. That we can find out, you know, what's he gonna do? What's gonna be his decision? Find out. Alright, for now, let's go raid Neko. Neko. Playing Genshin Impact. Doing some kind of event. No. Story? I don't know. He's doing something. But let's go say hi. Thank y'all for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope y'all out there are also enjoying this journey as much as we are. Including those of you who watch the VoDs or are just lurking around. Hope you guys are having a great time enjoying it. We will continue this next week, I think. I'm pretty sure, unless anything comes up. Yeah. Then I'll see you guys all then. Tomorrow, I'm pretty certain there is no raid still. Yep, I don't see that it's changed at all. Okay, so definitely no raid tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna do anything else. I think I'm gonna just chill for a bit. So next stream will be Monday. We're gonna be doing our deep dungeon in Final Fantasy. In Final Fantasy 14. So I'll see y'all then. Until then, take care. Have a wonderful week, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. And I'll see you guys on Monday, 14. And next week for more Ace Attorney. Alright? Take care. Bye-bye.